夏になりピカピカの太陽元気いっぱい しよ未来を描くイメージはひまわり心を開いて My dream 前を向いて青空を見ている私ひまわりのように咲き出し夏になりピカピカの太陽元気いっぱい笑顔の魔法青空を見ている私ひまわりのように咲き出し夏になりピカピカの太陽元気いっぱ 「元気いっぱい」 前を向いて青空を見ている私ひまわりのように咲き出し夏になりピカピカの太陽元気いっぱい笑顔の魔法青空を見ている私ひまわりのように咲き出し夏になりピカピカの太陽元気いっぱい
こんにちは、光栄テクモゲームズチーム忍者の安田文彦です。今日は皆様にチーム忍者が長く大切にしてきたアクションシリーズの新情報を発表できる機会をいただけてとても嬉しく思います。早速ですが、こちらをご覧ください。
Several years ago, the Dark Dragon, youngest of the divine dragon gods, wreaked havoc across the world. The plot was ultimately thwarted through the efforts of a sole ninja. However, the Dark Dragon's husk remained, and from this husk fell an endless downpour of cursed rain. The abandoned Tokyo continues its struggle against chaos to this day.
Infiltrated the facility. Commencing mission. No escape. Ryu Hayabusa.
Whatever your clan is plotting, it ends here. So you've come, Raven.
Back off, Hayabusa. I will execute my mission.
世界中の町人の皆さん、10年以上大変お待たせしました。最強の忍者となり容赦なく襲い来る敵に挑むハイスピードアクション忍者ガイデンのナンバリング最新作として忍者ガイデン4を発表させていただきました。本作はプラチナゲームズさんとの協業で開発を進めています。プラチナゲームズさんのアクションゲームというジャンルにおける実績は言うまでもなく、ベヨネッタやニアオートマタなど素晴らしいアクションタイトルを生み出してこられました。忍者ガイデン4というタイトルを10年以上の時を超えて新たに皆様にお届けするにあたり、より多くの方に新鮮な気持ちでプレイしていただけるよう、新たな世界を新主人公であるもう一人の町人ヤクモで冒険するという形で制作することにしました。先ほどご覧いただいた映像の中で竜はやぶさも登場しておりましたが、彼は今回も物語に密接に関わってきます。なぜヤクモと戦うことになったのか、竜はやぶさが戦う目的は何なのか、本作の物語の中で展開していきます。
任務は必ず成し遂げる。邪魔をするな。
物語は黒竜がもたらした正気の雨によって荒廃した首都東京が舞台となっています。この雨は黒竜がまだ生きている証であり、雨が止まない限り東京に安寧は訪れません。今作の新主人公であり、はやぶさと対をなす烏一門に所属するヤクモが首都東京で黒竜を倒し、この世界を晴らすため戦いに身を投じます。
これまで忍者ガイデンシリーズで描かれてきたダークでハードな世界観は継承し、そこにさらに危機を感じさせる要素として呪いやより混沌とした景観のデザインを取り入れています。ステージプレイ中に街が呪いの影響を受け、ビルは崩れ、道は歪み、ヤクモをピンチに陥れることでしょう。舞台となる東京はとある出来事によって街全体が崩壊し、魔族やヤクモと敵対する勢力がひしめき合う状態になっており、環境全体がプレイヤーに牙を向くように感じられるはずです。 前作より立体的に自由度の増した危険に満ちたステージを忍具やシリーズおなじみの体術など忍者アクションを駆使して乗り越えていくことになります。レールアクション、スイングアクションなどのダイナミックで爽快なシチュエーションを多く追加しました。これら以外にもさまざまなシチュエーションやチャレンジ、隠されたアイテムなどを用意しており、ステージが進むごとに上がっていくテンションにも驚いていただけると思います。
新しい主人公のヤクモは竜ハヤブサに次ぐ新たな町人です。彼にはまだ若さも残っていますが、カラス一門を背負う天才忍者でもあり、忍者ガイデンシリーズにおける忍者の頂点、竜と肩を並べる次世代の町人たり得る人物としてデザインしています。そんなヤクモの前に立ちふさがるのは、荒れ果てた東京の治安維持組織であり、黒竜の封印を守る竜神島や現世に蔓延する人ならざる者妖魔、そしてもちろんシリーズおなじみの魔人も登場します。また現時点では公開していませんが、新たなキャラクターやシリーズファンの方に喜んでいただける人物も登場しますので、続報にご期待ください。
従来のシリーズからバトルスピードをさらに加速させ、目にも止まらぬスピードで敵との攻防を繰り広げることができます。さらにヤクモが使える新要素、結節忍術ヌエの型を駆使したダイナミックな攻撃によって、これまでから大きく進化した一対他の戦闘を可能にしました。ヌエの型ではこれまでの忍者ガイデンにはない広範囲かつ一撃必殺の攻撃となっており、多勢に無勢の状態が長く続く戦況を一気に覆すことができます。もちろん1対1の戦闘におけるひりつきも健在です。プレイヤー同様、敵もガードや回避をしてくるため、緊張感のあるフェアな戦闘を味わうことができます。敵の動きをしっかりと捉えながら、一瞬の隙を逃さずに攻撃を仕掛けていくことが重要です。ヌエの型によって忍者ガイデンのアクションの味わいにさらなる進化を感じられるかと思います。
特にアクションに関しては手触り、バランス調整など細部にわたり日々議論させていただき、会社の垣根を越えた密なやり取りをさせていただいています。本作の主人公であるヤクモは竜とは一味違うアクションを有していますが、その中でもしっかりと忍者ガイデンらしさを感じていただけると思います。例えばカラス、ヌエ、2つの型があるという点がヤクモの大きな特徴ですが、それらが持つ多彩な性能のアクションを用いて敵や状況ごとに使い分ける攻略の深みや滅却、絶技などを絡めた抑揚あるスピーディーな攻防などはもちろんヤクモでも健在です。
ヤクモと竜ハヤブサはそれぞれがかなり異なる個性的な遊び心地になっていますので、さまざまな戦闘バリエーションを楽しむことができるようになっています。ヤクモ、そして竜ハヤブサの双方で飛燕、伊豆名落としなどシリーズおなじみのアクションも駆使しつつ、新アクションを織り交ぜた新しい忍者ガイデンにご期待ください。忍者ガイデンシリーズに色濃く残っている歯ごたえやグレードの高いアクション体験の継承、さらに我々プラチナゲームズの特徴であるスピーディーなアクションやダイナミックな演出も取り入れ、進化した正当続編を作り上げるべく総力を挙げて開発を進めております。
容赦ない敵とのいかなる攻防にもフェアに戦える手触りをヤクモでも目指しています。皆様に進化した忍者ガイデンを触っていただける日を楽しみにしています。
シリーズファンはもちろんのこと、忍者ガイデンを初めてプレイする方でも存分に楽しめる作品になっておりますので、ぜひ発売をお待ちください。
長年にわたってプラチナゲームズさんと共にまさに忍者のように潜んで忍者ガイデン4の開発を進めてきましたが、ついに発表することができて非常に嬉しく思います。2025年秋に本作を皆様にお届けできるのを楽しみにしています。続報にもぜひご期待ください。さて、本日お伝えしたい発表はそれだけではありません。こちらをご覧ください。
through the land of the dead.
And thus the sun sets on the Dragon Ninja bloodline.
Genshi, go back to hell.
All paths before me are cruel and arduous. Our time has come.
忍者ガイデン2のオリジナル版は2008年に Xbox360 で発売し、バイオレンスな表現とハイスピードなバトルを皆様にお楽しみいただいた作品です。今作忍者ガイデン2ブラックではオリジナル版の表現に立ち戻り、アンリアルエンジン5を用いてグラフィックを大幅に刷新、忍者ガイデン2の完全版として開発いたしました。美麗なグラフィックでお楽しみいただけるのはもちろん、竜はやぶさに加え、綾音、もみじ、レイチェルもプレイブルキャラクターとして登場します。そして本作は本日コンソール、PC、そして Xbox ゲームパスでこの後すぐに発売となります。忍者ガイデンシリーズを長年応援いただいている皆様はもちろんのこと、本日忍者ガイデンを知っていただいた皆様も忍者ガイデン4の発売前にぜひ本作をお楽しみください。今年はチーム忍者創立30周年の節目であり、本日発表させていただいた忍者ガイデン4を含め2025年は忍者の年、イヤーオブザ忍者となります。ぜひ忍者ガイデンシリーズの展開にご注目ください。本日はありがとうございました。
Hi, and welcome to Compulsion Games here in Montreal, Canada. At our studio, we care about world building, and we treat the setting almost like a character of its own. From the magical noir of contrast to the alternate history of We Happy Few, we draw inspiration from the landscape to shape mood, drama, and intrigue. For South of Midnight, our third-person action-adventure game, the story and characters bring a folkloric Deep South to life. This gave us a chance to explore Southern Gothic themes with a dark fantasy twist. So while our protagonist Hazel is at the forefront of our story, it's the macabre elements and larger-than-life creatures that will leave a mark on her journey and growth.
It is really picking up out there. Did you pack everything?
Mama, this ain't my first hurricane. I know what to do.
As long as you didn't forget the
Flashlights and batteries.
Oh, shoot, we got 5 minutes. Let's go.
Wouldn't be rushed if you didn't.
Don't mumble. Speak on it.
I said we wouldn't be rushed if you didn't waste all that time at the shelter.
Now, you want to bring this up right now.
I'm just saying.
Hazel, please.
We might need some help. I might need some help. While you're out helping everybody else.
Hazel!
Hazel may start her journey as a typical 19-year-old, but disastrous events will push her into a darkly magical world where she'll learn who she really is and how to tap into weaving, an ancient magical power that redefines her trajectory in life.
The land itself chooses Hazel as a weaver. Someone who can see beyond the surface and tap into a deeper reality. The grand tapestry. Weavers can see the fabric binding our world, connecting people, nature, and echoes of the past.
Keep those hands to yourself.
Hazel can perceive both the mystical strands and stigmas in the world. Through her newfound power, she reweaves these stigmas and mends the afflicted creatures she encounters.
As Hazel discovers her power, the world gradually shifts into the surreal, revealing that creatures from the old folktales actually exist.
You up here, my salvation.
Among them is good old Catfish, the storyteller who becomes both the guide and companion to Hazel across the game.
It ain't every day I hear about a new weaver such as yourself. Would you kindly do your weaver thing and help me down?
Meeting Catfish marks the true beginning of Hazel's journey. All of Hazel's arsenal and powers are designed around textile crafting and traditional spinning wheels. Her weapons include a spindle, 2 weaving hooks, and a distaff. Her magic abilities manifest with supernatural lace-like patterns, blending the traditional craft with mystical elements. Hazel engages with the world through a variety of movement abilities. Those abilities also help Hazel progress on a journey.
As her journey unfolds, Hazel will master new weaving abilities, using them to traverse the world, conjure objects, and confront adversaries.
Combat is about understanding and adapting to different enemy archetypes known as Haints, the manifestations of corruption Hazel encounters.
These Haints trap Hazel in combat until she unravels them, destroying them in the process.
Each Haint has its own unique moveset, strengths, and weaknesses that you'll need to learn and adapt to. For example, the slug burrows on the ground and unleashes devastating strikes from afar, while the Ravager closes the distance with chilling speed. Hazel can counter these threats with agile melee abilities to execute powerful combos, jump attacks, and charge attacks. But close combat is risky and can backfire because Haints have powerful defensive abilities. Mastering your magical skills becomes the key to gaining the upper hand in combat. Push, pull, and weave are some of the spells at your disposal that give you a tactical advantage during a fight. Timing is everything. Pull distant enemies close to start melee combos, push them back to interrupt and stun their attack. Then press the advantage with follow-up strikes. Spells interact uniquely with each enemy type, creating dynamic combat scenarios, especially when facing multiple types of opponents at the same time. Once near death, enemies can be unraveled, breaking their core and setting them free of their corruption, which has the added benefit of providing health boosts and reducing ability cooldowns. If you play your combos right, you can enhance Hazel's combat readiness and keep on chaining her abilities. As Hazel progresses in the game, she unlocks new moves and improved abilities, and you'll have to decide which areas to prioritize. The upgrades will change how you approach combat, like enhancing area of effect attacks, or refining push and pull skills to improve precision and make them feel more rewarding. The combat system is fast and responsive, built around chaining attacks, landing precise strikes, and unraveling enemies.
You mind if I take a look around?
You can see every place old Molly terrorized and more. Now for the low, low price of $1.
In Hazel's search for her mother, you'll explore multiple regions, each ruled by a mythical creature with their own Southern Gothic history. You'll gradually uncover the backstories of these beings, once human or animal, who were transformed by tragedy, their secrets waiting to be discovered. As a weaver, Hazel heals these creatures by collecting fragments of haunted memories. We call these echoes, which reveal each creature's past. Hazel must experience these echoes before she can mend them.
What kind of person would do that to someone?
We design each region to reflect the creature that's been doomed to wander it. From the atmospheric environment to unique music themes composed for each one. While not all encounters lead to direct combat, Hazel will need to face mythical creatures in epic confrontation before she can heal them. Our boss encounters and gameplay sequences also reflects the uniqueness of each creature, with distinct mechanics that center around a specific thematic. These encounters feature multiple phases that ramp up in complexity. As the encounters progress, the musical theme builds up, cranking the tension alongside the fight. Whether it's Two-Toed Tom or hugging Molly, each of these larger-than-life creatures is inspired by Southern folklore and lead to climactic battles.
We got a long journey ahead.
South of Midnight unfolds as a hero's journey, and as Hazel, you'll travel through a tapestry of Southern-inspired landscapes. From abysmal swamps to flooded farmlands, to the Appalachian peaks. In our magical south, decaying buildings reclaimed by nature stand moments away from a hungry Rugal. And as Hazel delves deeper, reality bends ever more toward the fantastical.
The history, landscape, and folklore of the American Deep South fill our world, and our team has infused the game with thoughtful details and environmental storytelling, like our bottle trees and haint blue porches, which are said to ward off evil spirits. The weight of the past emerges as central themes, which you can see through old abandoned buildings and businesses struggling to survive. As you explore, you'll meet locals who stayed behind even in the face of a hurricane.
That's why I'm the last person left here. All those damn haints. This part of the river's filthy with them.
Artistically, we're staying true to our moody compulsion signature style. But this time, we're using a handcrafted approach inspired by stop-motion animation, which allows our team to bring a distinct personality and tone into every prop and character. Because this folklore is open to visual interpretation, we embrace the freedom to reimagine these creatures and their stories, to adapt how they look, and to craft our own version of a fantastical Deep South.
At Compulsion Games, we love to craft around central themes. We are lucky to have talent across all our disciplines that collaborate to give South of Midnight such a unique personality. We hope you enjoyed this deep dive into South of Midnight. We're thrilled to announce that the game will launch on April 8th, and pre-orders are now available on Xbox and Steam.
Bonjour everyone, we are Sunfall Interactive and welcome to our manor. We are a small studio based in Montpellier, France, working on our first game, Clair Obscur, Expedition 33. It's a turn-based RPG set in a fantasy version of late 19th century Belle Epoque France.
Here we are.
Our grand adventure in game development actually started as a solo passion project. I wanted to create something like the JRPGs with turn-based combat I grew up with and loved, but that fully leveraged the latest tech, refreshed the genre with new features, and took place in a compelling world. I knew I needed help to realize my dream. First, I turned to a programmer I knew would get it.
Guillaume and I started trading ideas right away, and that quickly turned into trading files back and forth. Soon, I was creating the first prototypes of the reactive turn-based system, combining real-time offense and defense element, and a cinematic battle camera system. Things really clicked when we tested the first version of those features. We felt we had something both challenging and fun.
As Tom and I went back and forth and iterated on game elements, a vision started to come together, and I shared it with an old friend from university.
Guillaume and I are both passionate gamers, and when he described the project, I quit my job the following week and joined the team without hesitation. Because I believe that in video games, success always starts with a strong creative vision. And we had that, defined by 3 core elements. A story with great emotional depth, gameplay that innovates on the classics we love, and a world that is completely original, beautiful, and immersive. We founded Sunfall Interactive on these tenets: a group of friends with a shared vision and the drive to make something great.
This too is your legacy. Core to every great RPG is a compelling story. And Guillaume and I spent 4 years intensively developing and refining ours. And that started with the hook.
67 years ago, a massive slumbering paintress and a monolith appeared with no warning. Once a year, the paintress wakes and paints a number on her monolith, and everyone who has passed that age is erased. Every year, that number ticks down, and everyone dies younger and younger. Expeditions depart to kill the paintress, determined to fight until their final breath, but none have ever returned. Our story follows Expedition 33.
Expeditioners, we honor your dedication.
Guillaume and I knew early on that we didn't want to focus on good versus evil. What's interesting to us are people who, yes, are flawed, but who care deeply about each other. And conflicts arise because they have different perspectives on what needs to be done.
I'm sorry about earlier.
We wanted our story to feel dark and mature, with adult characters who feel like real people with real experiences.
I'm always missing something that everyone else just gets.
The heart of the story is about overcoming an existential threat while struggling with loss and grief. And it's rooted in the characters' relationships, both to each other and to themselves.
What are we gonna do, huh? Tell me. What are we gonna do?
In a world like this, how does one stay hopeful or make peace with their fate? What duty do we owe to each other or to ourselves? These questions are deeply personal to me, and they permeate the story behind the story.
Know that Lumiere fights with you. Tomorrow comes Expedition 33.
The characters all have their own motivations and perspectives. Gustave and Lune are deeply invested in the expedition, even if they fight all the time. To them, the mission is tied not only to their family, it's central to their identity and purpose.
Protocol doesn't cover every contingency. You know that.
Contrast that with Ciel, whose darkest days have already happened.
What are the stars whispering to you? Actually, I'm the one whispering to them. It's something my dad and I used to do.
And Maëlle, who cares more about really living her life, not just living longer.
Gustave, are you real?
It's not all dark, though. Along the way, they meet various colorful NPCs and recruit Monoko, who is a friendly but kinda bloodthirsty philosopher and a fully playable character. He has a really cool battle mechanic where he can turn into the enemies he defeats.
What are you doing?
Just need your foot. Aha!
He's very, very old and has seen many expeditions come and go. He is a Gestrol, which are a group of playful beings who view battle as a form of meditation. They're fun and sort of ridiculous. You'll meet Monoko and many other Gestrols across the game.
Bonjour.
And of course, there is Esquier, who is one of the oldest and lore-wise the most powerful creatures in the verse.
Esquier is that powerful?
He will be your mount and help you travel to secret corners of the world. And if you bring him back his special stones, you can unlock abilities for him to access new areas of the world and find exciting secrets.
I'm strong, but I'm not that strong.
Everyone has their own reason for joining the expedition, and each of them has their own story arc and resolution that we think players will really connect with.
In addition to a strong narrative, we had a clear vision for our own take on the genre's core gameplay. Our reactive turn-based system takes the traditional turn-based battle mechanic we love and adds real-time reaction, which gives combat greater intensity and dynamism. During enemy turns, you can negate all damage by dodging or parrying at the right time. But balancing turn-based with real-time mechanics took a long time to get right. During initial playtests, turn-based players often found the real-time elements too hard. Some of us are still traumatized by enemies from back then. We've done a lot of rebalancing since, and with a lot of iteration, we ultimately came up with a formula that we're proud of. Players who are good at real-time can take more risks, and others can counterbalance with items and strategies. A big part of that formula lies in the many ways you can customize your character. We spend a lot of time designing each character's unique mechanics and their custom skill trees. Our philosophy is making every type of playstyle viable so that everyone can have fun with how they play the game. Each character has a unique mechanic. Melee switches between stances which can ultimately boost defense or power. I personally like to make Mel the protector of the group, but I'm pretty much the only one at the studio who plays her that way. Most people play her as a glass cannon with Gustav's complementary skills. The characters can also equip hundreds of passive effects, which in our game are called Lumina. Every character has more than 20 unique skills in their skill tree and hundreds of passive effects they can gain through Lumina and weapons. So there are a ton of builds and playstyle to explore. Needless to say, we can't wait to see how you choose to play and what kinds of build you'll design that we probably never even imagined.
Our story is set in the French fantasy world, and I was really excited to design something unique. Every level has its own color and texture identity. For example, the Gestural Village is an early area in the game where players can enjoy a fun break. We wanted something that feels chaotic, grungy, and toy-like. It's basically a bazaar. Everything's disorganized, chaos everywhere, huts are unsafe, built without much thought. It's a place where anyone could fight you at any point, which is pretty much what the Gestrals are like. The Gestural Village is hidden inside the ancient sanctuary. The ideas here were forest, labyrinth, and sentinels. I designed it as a vibrant place, like an old graveyard of Gestrals, or forgotten wooden toys in a box, with two main colors, red and white. I wanted to make it feel cozy, hidden from danger, with traps and labyrinths in case enemies get in. Same process with the characters. Minoko came in a single concept. I thought of a monkey-like body, white fur with a black and red flat mask.
Ladies, could I?
Ow!
Definitely a Gestral.
For Eske, we needed a cuddly companion to take us around the world. I thought instantly of a giant inflatable balloon and old Victorian pillows with many intricate motifs. We start with the core themes and ideas, and the visuals grow organically from there.
From the very start of the project, there was one thing that we absolutely wanted to bring back from older JRPGs. A feature we really loved, but is very rare these days. A completely 3D and navigable world map. Yes, we've got a world map. And it was a real challenge to create, both artistically and technically. And it ended up a lot bigger than we expected. You'll definitely need Eske's help traveling around.
Here we go!
We're super happy with the result, though, as there's a lot of side paths and entire hidden levels. If you want to fight the toughest bosses of the game, you will have to explore. Good luck.
We've poured our hearts and souls into this game for the past 4 years. That's why we're delighted to announce that Expedition 33 launches on April 24th on Xbox Series X and S and is available day one with Xbox Game Pass. You can already wishlist the game and follow us for more info.
We are super excited to invite you into the world of Expedition 33. We are a small, passionate team, it's our debut game, and we can't wait for you to discover our story, our world, and our take on the turn-based genre. On behalf of everyone at Sunfall, thank you for joining us. Tomorrow comes.
Demain viendra.
Tomorrow comes.
Demain viendra.
Demain viendra.
Tomorrow comes.
Hello, and welcome to Dallas, Texas, home of id Software, where more than 30 years ago, a small team of game developers helped define and set a course for first-person shooters. A lot has changed since then, but our team is as passionate as ever. And the most important values at the core of our games, innovation, craftsmanship, and performance, remain a priority for us to this day.
And as you're about to see,
Those values are infused in every aspect of this latest installment in the legendary Doom franchise. It is an honor to work on this game, to carry on its tradition of creating all-out, groundbreaking levels of fun.
So now, we're excited to share with you a look at our most ambitious game yet. This is Doom: The Dark Ages.
That was so stupid, I mouthed the words. In Doom: The Dark Ages, you will feel like the superweapon in the center of a medieval war against hell. Set in a cinematic sci-fi fantasy world full of locations to explore, powerful weapons to unlock, and enemies to conquer. This is a prequel to Doom 2016, and that's given us the opportunity to reimagine every aspect of this experience. So if you're new to the franchise, then Doom: The Dark Ages will be the perfect entry point into the series. And if you're a longtime fan, then you'll be proud to see, in a lot of ways, the feel of the game is really a return to form. So let's break it down, starting with the combat. In Doom Eternal, you felt like a fighter jet. In Doom: The Dark Ages, you'll be an iron tank. Heavy, strong, but still fast. A grounded combat system with an emphasis on power over the acrobatics of Doom Eternal. And a balance between enemy projectiles and player movement speed that makes strafing to aim viable again, just like in the classic Doom games. But it's not all about nostalgia. Innovation is the goal, always. And so for Doom: The Dark Ages, it's an all-new world with new tools and new mechanics to master. Let me introduce you to the Shield Saw. Block. Throw. Parry. Deflect. All from one input. It's contextual, tons of depth on a single button press. You know, we want every Doom game to stand on its own as a unique experience. So in 2016, we asked you to run and gun. In Doom Eternal, it was jump and shoot. And in Doom: The Dark Ages, you're gonna stand and fight. And the Shield Saw will give you the strength to go head-to-head with some of the biggest, baddest demons we've ever created at id. But that's not all, because if you're gonna stand and fight, then you gotta have something to follow up that opening parry with. How about an iron flail? Or maybe an electrified gauntlet? Or even a Doom-spiked mace? That's right, we have 3 melee options that are part of a melee system. All on one input, complete with combos and upgrades, and it's totally awesome. And you can finish off the demons now with an all-new, unsynced, completely in the player's control glory kill system. From any angle, in and out, as you see fit, and it feels amazing. You'll feel unstoppable, smashing your way through the horde with total freedom. And that seems like a ton, but that's just 2 inputs. We got one more really important button that we haven't talked about yet. The trigger. That's right, we've saved the best for last. Doom has and always will be all about the guns, and Dark Ages has some of the most ridiculously powerful weapons that we've ever created. Mean. Ancient. Brutal torture machines built to butcher, impale, and shred the minions of hell with. Only in Doom, that's the mission statement for the design of these never-before-seen, insanely fun-to-use tools of mayhem that only the Slayer has the power to wield. So let's take a look at some extended gameplay footage and see how these medieval mechanics synergize with the enemies and the environments to form the new combat loop for Doom: The Dark Ages.
under the hood, for the first time in an id game, we've made our combat more approachable and flexible than ever before, with a new difficulty system and sliders that will allow players to tune the speed and challenge of the game to whatever fits them best. You can slow things down or speed them up. It's a Doom for all Slayers.
And the gameplay doesn't end with just the Slayer. We finally have for you, you've been waiting for 2 games now, to get in and pilot your very own 30-story Atlas, which is a mech. It's the size of a building, it's powerful, and you can beat giant Titan-sized demons to death with your gauntleted fists. And if that wasn't enough, we also have for you your very own fire-breathing, Gatling gun-toting cybernetic dragon. Neither of these are one-and-done features either. They have a full suite of abilities and even mini-bosses. The spectacle is epic, the Power Fantasy is unlike anything we've made it in, and the combat systems behind these features are deep and tons of fun. And as cool as all that is, we know that fans of single-player action games expect more than just great combat to pull them through the experience. So we're excited to share with you not just the gunplay, but the world of Doom: The Dark Ages. Your hero's journey will take you to the far reaches of the Doom universe. Mysterious worlds from the Slayer's past, dark forests, dungeons, ancient hellscapes, battlefields, and worlds beyond. And through exploration, you'll be unlocking new abilities and godlike powers every step of the way. Now armed with your trusty shield saw, you're gonna cut, leap, and smash your way through environments full of secrets and treasures. There's always something new waiting to be discovered or destroyed. Now let's take a closer look at just one of the many missions you'll experience in Doom: The Dark Ages. In this level, you will meet the enemy at the gates and save a city from certain destruction. Explore the medieval battlefield outside the castle walls, seeking out targets and enemy formations along the way to engage with as you see fit, with any gun you choose. Explore what is the largest play space ever in a Doom game, discovering secret caves and dungeon-like mines in search of vital resources. You control the pace of the game, where you go, who you fight, and the objectives you pursue. It's a Doom sandbox full of war and riches. Once you've broken the enemy assault, head back to the main gates, because the battle isn't over yet. And the soundtrack to your epic adventures will be composed by the award-winning team at Finishing Move, providing you with a metal soundscape that's loaded with guitars, medieval vibes, and pure adrenaline. You'll feel like you're expanding the legend of the Slayer with every mission you complete. And speaking of that legend, the story of Doom: The Dark Ages, like everything else in the game, is big. It's a summer blockbuster event with everything on the line, and you are the star of the show. Your power is coveted by your enemies and withheld from your allies. With the Slayer imprisoned at the start of our story, the balance of power between good and evil is shifting, and time is running out. It's a new story and the perfect entry point for new players. It's easier to access now as we've taken the narrative out of the codex and into the cutscenes, featuring new characters, old allies, and powerful new villains. And for returning players, it leads directly into the Doom 2016 Slayer's Testaments. It's an action story worthy of the Slayer's legend.
We've got 10 years of making modern Doom games together, and we've done better with every game we've made.
The hope with all this, the goal, is to give players an experience that's as fun to play as it was to make, and make something that's good enough to become the best game id has ever made.
But that is for you to decide. When Doom: The Dark Ages releases
I cannot move. This is so
You will feel like the superweapon in the center of a medieval war against hell.
All of Hazel's powers are designed around textile crafting and spinning wheels. The combat system is built around chaining attacks and unraveling enemies.
Our reactive turn-based system has a real-time reaction, which gives combat greater intensity and dynamism.
忍具やシリーズおなじみの体術など忍者アクションを駆使して乗り越えていくことになります。
皆様に進化した忍者ガイデンを触っていただける日を楽しみにしています。
What's happening, friends? Welcome to Podcast Unlocked. It is officially episode 677. We are coming to you live immediately following Xbox's now third, can we call it annual Xbox Developer Direct. I would bet any amount of money that everybody says that's the best one yet. I certainly thought so. That was so good. Ryan McCaffrey here, along with Miranda Sanchez and Michael Hyam. Michael, I don't want to just... quick reactions, and then we'll get into game by game here. Go ahead.
Yeah, sure. Oh my God, the first half of this year is gonna be fire. Oh my God. Like, of course, we mentioned Avowed is coming out next month, but Doom, Ninja Gaiden Black 2 is out now, and both Clair Obscur and South of Midnight coming out in the first, and I think they're both April releases.
April, yep.
I've got the list here. So Ninja Gaiden Black 2 today, Avowed February 13th, South of Midnight April 8th, Clair Obscur Expedition 33 April 24th, Doom the Dark Ages May 15th, and then down the road in the fall Ninja Gaiden 4. But yeah, to your point, what a first half for Game Pass.
Bangers across the board, it seems like. Of course, we'll see when we get the full games, but I mean, I'm just so excited for the first half of this year. A lot of these things we didn't know when they would come out, but man, we're gonna be eating good.
Miranda, your immediate reactions to this?
I've just been taking so many notes. Like, I have a bunch of notepads and stuff. I'm like, oh my God, we're about to be so busy. Of course, thinking about guides, but honestly, I'm just excited. Like, April has the games that I'm most excited for, and so I'm thrilled. That's my birthday month. So I'm like, oh, nice. For me, you shouldn't have. Thank you. But now it's also the planning phase, right? It's like, okay, I have this much time to beat this game, and then I need to move to this game. And then, because it's like, man, you have the aspiration to play all of these, but you don't necessarily need to, of course. I don't know. This entire showcase just made me feel like a little bit more confident, and that they understand that they need variety in their games. Like, we need to make sure we're showcasing games that offer a lot to different kinds of players on Xbox. And I felt like we really got that here today. And of course, there's more. There's always more. But for this first half of the year, it's pretty sick.
Well, speaking of gifts, I couldn't help but feel like, very selfishly in a I'm the main character kind of way, if I allow myself that for a moment, that Phil Spencer went and made this deal with Tecmo and with Platinum Games, specifically for me. I've been crying out for a new Ninja Gaiden for so long. I'm, of course, one of many, many fans of Ninja Gaiden who've been waiting for the series to return for so long. And to get not just... I mean, it would have been great if it was just Ninja Gaiden 4, of this team-up, this new game between it's Platinum and it's Team Ninja. But then to follow that with Ninja Gaiden Black 2 as a modern release done in Unreal Engine and supposedly out today. I was checking right before we went on the air. I'm like, can I start downloading this yet? And I didn't quite see it posted yet, but I'm sure probably by the time this episode is done, we will be able to access it. So I've got Ninja Gaiden 1 Black running behind me, which, by the way, it still looks pretty good for being a by the way, this game turns 20 years old. The core, not Black itself, but Ninja Gaiden turns 20 this year. But yeah, Ninja Gaiden 4 is certainly where I want to start here. This is something that I'd almost kind of given up on because there was just no word of Team Ninja doing it, and to their credit, like, they've been making successful games. Like, they've pivoted to Souls-likes, right? With Nier and with
Stranger of Paradise.
Yes, the one from that was on Game Pass.
Neo, like, are you thinking of
the Neo games.
Thank you, Neo. Yes, and then there's now that we're live, I'm like completely blanking out. Of course, there was one at the beginning of last year. I think that was very good. The commenters are all like yelling at the screen right now. But anyway, they've been making Souls-likes. And they've been doing a really good job of it. And so I kind of thought, well, it seems like the Ninja Gaiden train has moved on. The market wants Souls-likes. They're big right now. But they've partnered with Platinum. And if you're going to partner with somebody outside of Team Ninja's own walls, you could do a lot worse than Platinum Games. This on paper seems like a great matchup. And Michael, you and I were talking during the reveal, but we were both surprised at how much gameplay they showed. I kind of thought if when this announcement became obvious that it was just going to be a CG trailer and I would still be happy, but we got a ton of gameplay.
Yeah, that's cool to see, because it is coming out this year. It's always nice to be surprised, and the amount that they were showing, like, oh, this is far along, and it seems like they're confident in showing what they got. And, it's like a super fast action. Of course, that's what you want to see. A cinematic trailer isn't exactly what you want to be showing with this kind of game. But I look at this, and it seems like a winning formula. I mean, Team Ninja has been cooking. Like, Rise of Ronin was more Souls-like, and then, like,
yes.
Wolong.
Wolong, that was the one I was trying to think of.
Yeah, and then Neo, and then, it kind of... They could still do that fast, that hard action style still, because, like, man, when someone in the comments from the last episode of Unlocked mentioned Ninja Gaiden, and then something clicked. So shouts out to you, but something clicked in my mind. Like, yeah, that would make perfect sense. And the whole time we were watching, or like the first time it went on screen and we saw some action before they revealed like the Platinum splash screen, I'm like, perfect, that makes sense. Now, you never know what you're gonna get out of Platinum 2, and in recent months, I guess, in recent years, they've been through a lot of stuff. I mean,
yeah.
If you go back to E3 2021, I was on stage yelling about how Babylon's Fall is going to be Game of the Year material, and that was before I knew what that game was. So relax, give me some leeway there. And if this is a banger, which I have confidence it very much could be, I think this is a W that also Platinum needs in their repertoire, I guess. So, but yeah, Team Ninja's been cooking. It's nice to see Platinum involved, and it's just nice to see Ninja Gaiden showing off at this level. It's been a very long time, and Ninja Gaiden Black on Xbox was a tremendous game. I liked it a lot, but like you said, it's gone quiet. I mean, Ninja Gaiden 3, a lot of people feel some type of way about it, but
yeah.
And Ninja Gaiden 2, but they're cooking with this, I think.
Now, Miranda, you were saying that you're going to be new to Ninja Gaiden. What did this trailer do for you, if anything?
I said, wow, that looks cool. That's what it was. Actually, I really like the story introduction that they had, and I think that's what actually gripped me first. It's like, oh yeah, there's this big dragon that died over the city, and now in its own little bit of revenge, it's raining constantly, and the city is just slowly crumbling because of the rain. And I was like, well, I love that for this dragon, which I know you're not supposed to, but I do. So that was kind of my first take. Was like, wow, that's actually really cool. Even though it is the fourth game, they've made it very obvious, like introducing a new character. Anytime you do that as a lead, you know that they're trying to be like, hey, new people, look at this guy that you can
Yeah.
be that nobody
Yeah.
knows yet. So you can also come in and enjoy this. So that was kind of my big takeaway. And also oh yeah, like I have been meaning to play it. Ninja Gaiden, I think since forever ago when you guys were talking about it on Unlocked, like a while back, I was like, oh yeah, that's something I gotta do at some point. And now it's the perfect time because I have 2 games to play for Ninja Gaiden, but many others. So I think maybe I just start with 2 Black and just kind of see how things are, get to know Ryu a little bit, and then wait to finish it maybe after I play this one and see how things go there. But overall, it looks really cool. And to Michael's point, with Platinum being involved, it's always that weird thing. We were just saying while we were watching this too. It's like, is this the good Platinum or the other Platinum? So, and I think it's pretty easy to tell when it's the good Platinum or not. And as you said, like they were really confident in showing a lot of gameplay here. And I think it's a bit easy to tell that it's probably going to be the good Platinum. So I'm stoked. This game looks awesome.
I got nothing but good vibes from this. Obviously, we don't know till we actually play it and feel, how the gameplay systems are, and the camera was always a bugaboo with the Ninja Gaiden games. But yeah, this certainly looks, and it's got the speed, it's got the style, and I just I still can't believe I was practically ready to be coming on the air like breathing into a paper bag heavily, but yeah, I feel like that Phil Spencer has probably he's had this in his back pocket for a while, because this game's been in development for a while, which is why they showed so much, and then why they said it's out in fall 2025. So he's just been that clever guy, has just been biding his time until, I could mention this at Showcase. No, this was the right move, where it's the surprise headliner of a smaller show like this. And in fact, I thought South of Midnight looked pretty good. Well, we're going to talk about it, obviously. We've got plenty of time, but I felt a little bad for South of Midnight having to follow this. Yeah. Like, the fact that they opened with the surprise game, and then it was this, and not only was it Ninja Gaiden 4, but it was also Ninja Gaiden 2 Black. It was just like, South of Midnight. Like, I was still just reeling from Ninja Gaiden when South of Midnight I think I zoned out and missed the entire first half of the South of Midnight presentation. But yeah, this is just super cool. And day one Game Pass, so it's multi-platform, of course, but Ninja Gaiden 4 right on Game Pass on day one. That's a really slick get. I mean, the original Ninja Gaiden and Ninja Gaiden 2 were both Xbox exclusives when they came out. 3 went multi-platform. So this is, I guess, as close to an exclusive as we're going to get in the modern Xbox era of how Microsoft wants to handle their games these days, although this isn't their game. But hey, I'm not complaining if it's day one on Game Pass, and I want more people to play this game. I mean, I'll be curious how many people watching this maybe are too young to have played Ninja Gaiden 1 or even 2 on the 360 that will dip in and go download Ninja Gaiden 2 Black today and see what they think of it. That's, as soon as this is over, that's exactly what I'm going to be doing, dusting off my skills. I reviewed Ninja Gaiden 2 for Official Xbox Magazine when I worked there back in the day. Gave it a 9 out of 10. That was after, of course, playing and falling in love with the first one. And 2 is awesome. I would say it's probably generally agreed upon that it's not as good as 1. 1 is, and specifically Ninja Gaiden Black, is, Michael, would you agree, is probably still the gold standard for high-speed, skill-based character action games? Is that still fair to say?
I mean, I would say that it still holds up. Like, if you boot up that game now, which you can, I think you'll play it and feel like, the time, like, action games have evolved since then, but there's something about the way Ninja Gaiden just like kind of really nailed exactly what it was going for. You could play it today and you would, that game is so hard to like, I played it when I was like a dumbass kid, but like maybe I can hold my own now, but like that is a very, very good game that has aged really well, I in my opinion. So yeah, I mean, I think the thing too is that, the Ninja Gaiden 4 is definitely taking a lot of cues from what we've seen in action games recently, like Bayonetta's, like the Devil May Cry's, because those franchises have kind of evolved too. And so Ninja Gaiden 4 comes into a kind of a new landscape for action games where we've had the entire Bayonetta series basically come out since the last time we got a proper Ninja Gaiden, I guess. And, you know, we saw DMC 5 years ago kind of be the new gold standard for these hard action, stylish action games. So it feels like Ninja Gaiden 4 is looking at, like Team Ninja looked at all those games and said, all right, how can we take some of the best ideas from those and then implement them for a new Ninja Gaiden? So in a way, like, it still feels like this is true to the series, but it is also recognizing that the genre has evolved since then. And, you know, I mean, I also pulled up like all of Platinum's games that have come out. I almost forgot about Astral Chain too. Like that's a very different game. And like we've also seen Nier evolve under the Platinum umbrella. So having these two studios collaborate on this is like, yeah, I think you're getting kind of the best of both worlds if you are an action game sicko. And yeah, I mean, this is I'm hyped for this. But yeah, like I think the main thing that it's going to come down to is like enemy design and boss design. And I think what they're showing so far is promising because, you know, the systems and mechanics, like I trust these studios to like really nail the mechanics, but how are you going to challenge me? How hard is it going to be? How fair is it going to be? I know that Team Ninja was saying like, hey, listen, our games are supposed to be hard, but they're supposed to be fair as well.
Yeah.
And then some of the mechanics I think are promising.
Yeah, to that point, I was going to say, I was really impressed by how they went the overview of the different play styles, or I guess like the fighting styles that you'll build for it. And of course, you also have two characters. It does seem like you're going to be playing the new one a little bit more, potentially only, except for certain sections. But I think that still provides them a bit more leeway to develop different styles of action that maybe weren't included in the previous games. So
sure, yeah.
Seems cool.
Yeah, it's really cool to see a new protagonist. I really like his hair. I'm going to go to my hairstylist and be like, I want this. But yeah, so you have a new protagonist, Yakumo, but Ryu Hayabusa is still involved in it. So I like the idea of like, hey, you have this new protagonist and you're kind of butting heads with the legend of the series. And then like, I'm almost expecting like how you like might be funneled playing between the two characters. So you kind of get a little bit of the new, a little bit of the old, and I just love those moments. I expect like callbacks and references to old Ninja Gaiden, and the fact that Ryu is involved, and there's kind of, it feels like almost, you know, they're like, it's been so long, so they're trying to create like a new avenue for people to get into it, and having a new protagonist, and still recognizing that Ryu is the legend of Ninja Gaiden. It feels like they're trying some things.
Let's hope it goes better than the multi-protagonist butting heads thing of Halo 5 with Locke and Master Chief.
You know, I was about to say I love multi-protagonists, but then I was like, I mean,
when was the last time we saw that?
there was potential there. It did not pan out the way we'd want, but you know.
But I would say, to your point, Michael, about sort of what else has come out since Ninja Gaiden and what the landscape for this genre looks like. I mean, I would say that this is coming out at a great time in that that Souls-likes are the dominant form of this now. Like, we don't get a lot of these skill-based, high-speed character action games, and and you noted that I called this out, or I took note of this too in our notes, is they did use the word fair a few different times in the subtitles there in the presentation. And I think that's always been a key to Ninja Gaiden, where it is tough, you will die plenty of times, but it is fair. And to me, that's, at least just for me personally, I've just never gotten into Souls-likes, and that's kind of the dividing line. Is I feel like, again, this is just my opinion. I know a lot of people love Souls-likes. I'm not trying to take that away from anybody, but for my taste, Souls-likes kind of bake in death into the gameplay loop. Like, we are going to kill you, and you're going to learn from it, and you're going to get better, and when you then conquer it, it's going to feel awesome. And I just feel like the Ninja Gaidens of the world, and the reason that I've always loved that game, I mean, Ninja Gaiden 1 is probably the hardest video game I've ever beaten, at least in the modern era. I mean, I'm sure we could go back and pluck out some insanely difficult NES games from my childhood, but Ninja Gaiden 1, like especially, and that game doesn't even peak in difficulty at the end. It peaks in the middle. If you can get past Alma, if you beat that boss fight in Ninja Gaiden 1, congrats, you've ascended the mountain, and it's downhill from there. But that's the thing. Ninja Gaiden, it's tough, but it's not about beating you down to teach you a lesson. It's about giving you the tools, because you do have multiple weapons, multiple abilities with Ninja Gaiden, and it's up to you to use them how you want to get past the challenge, get past the scenario. And so that's always been kind of the dividing line for me between games like Ninja Gaiden and Souls-likes. But so I'm just really happy to have not only a game like that, but specifically a new Ninja Gaiden back. And yeah, I think a lot of people are going to love it. And I was looking for like the Master Ninja Collection is still on Game Pass. It's been on Game Pass for a while. So like Miranda, I definitely think you're right on the money to just start with Ninja Gaiden 2 Black, just because it's on Unreal Engine. It's going to be totally modern. And then if you like that, then go back and grab the Master Ninja Collection off of Game Pass. Then go back to 1. And then I think you'll be like into it if you like, if 2 Black turns out to be awesome, and it's building off of a great game. Ninja Gaiden 2 was excellent. So that would be my advice to you and to anybody else who's watching this, listening to this, that's maybe new to Ninja Gaiden and is wondering where to start. Excellent. Thank you. Absolutely. Let's see here. I just want to take a quick look at the time. All right, we've still got a decent bit of time. I think that's everything I want to say on it. Inevitably, there will be so much more. I need to go back and watch that presentation a few more times. I was too busy like melting down in my own joy in my head to actually have taken in all of that. And we're live on the air, so I haven't had time to study the actual footage. But let's move on to the next biggest game, the biggest game going into this. And for many of you, it might still be the biggest game, and I wouldn't disagree with you at all. That's Doom: The Dark Ages. So it is. I have a preview up on IGN right now. If you'd like to go read that, there'll be a video version coming along later, hopefully today, if not by tomorrow, by the end of the week here. But Doom: The Dark Ages. I've been talking a lot, so I will throw it to either of you to give your initial impressions of. We finally saw more of this game after that. We got a gameplay trailer at the showcase to unveil it last year, and there was some really super neat stuff in there, but we got a lot more today. So what are your reactions? I guess, Miranda, I'll start with you.
Sure. I like that they showcased Melee so much. Actually, I like this whole entire presentation. It's hard to say that there's any one moment. I guess taking another step back, just thinking about my notes, the thing that stood out most to me was how they showcased the options for how this game plays. Obviously, it's going to be a bit different from what we had previously, just because it is, as they said, your feet are on the ground, you're walking forward. And it's like that return to form of traditional Doom. And that appeals to me specifically, not because I don't like fast action or anything, but for whatever reason, Eternal made me really motion sick, and I couldn't tune the settings enough to like not feel that way. And I just don't get motion sick with games, so that was like really weird moment for me. I was like, wow, okay, it's rude. But my body's rude, not Eternal, just to clarify. So with this one, I was really pleased to see that, just so that I hopefully am able to enjoy this one. And kind of going back to the Melee thing, I just like that they're experimenting and of course wanting to make this, modern and pulling in different mechanics that sort of evolve on that original gameplay in a really cool way. And I like that they emphasize like these aren't just, one-off Melee options. Like they have their own expanded tool set of like how you're going to grow working with Melee. And I always remember people saying like, the hardest thing is making sure that you have all your ammo, and then you just get stuck in a level and you have no ammo and you're like freaking out. And Melee kind of solves for that in a bit. And it makes sense aesthetically with the Dark Ages theme and everything that they're going for in here. So I'm really stoked for it. I think the other one thing that I noted that is big. It's big on my paper. Is mech levels. Like I love mechs and shooters. Like anytime it's just like, oh man, you got to get in the mech. And I'm like
the end of Gears 4.
Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking of. It's just, I'm just so excited to do that, and it's just silly and punchy and. But I like that they also emphasize that those aren't just a one and done thing either. Like they're recurring mechanics. I was like, well, that's sick. And once again, the other big highlight here was I love the weapons showcase they do for these games. Like they're so weird and fantastic and brutal. And the skull
crusher
machine gun, yeah, that's still my favorite by far. Yeah. I think that's sick as hell. So.
Yeah, I really like what I saw out of this, and we talked about it last episode, but like, Doom 2016 was great, and Eternal tried some new things that some of it worked, some of it didn't, and then they're kind of reworking the formula. It's familiar, but they are doing new things. The thing I liked, I think it was Hugo Martin who was mentioning, like, this is what we did for 2016, this is what we did for Eternal, and this is how we're doing the Dark Ages. We're doing something different. He said, you're like a tank. It's a little bit slower pace. I mean, it's still fast, but you feel like you're hitting things with impact. That's the thing that I love the most about the melee system they have here. And we talked about how first-person melee is hard to nail, and again, this isn't like an RPG where you're like swinging a sword or something. Everything is like contextual. It's very streamlined in that sense. So you don't have to like funnel through a bunch of different melee weapons. You just kind of do it in the context that you're given, and it feels like such heavy impact, and I love that. That was the thing about glory kills in Doom 2016 and Eternal, is that they felt so, I don't want to say visceral, but that's kind of what it felt like. And so it almost feels like when they were making the Dark Ages, they're like, let's think about, everyone loves the glory kill system, but how can we make that even bigger? How can we emphasize that even more, rather than just like, hey, I'm going to click the stick and I'm going to rip a demon's head off? That's cool, and it worked, but now they're kind of building off of that and making that a little bit more of a dynamic system. And so it almost feels like they've taken a little bit less emphasis on like the actual shooting and, incorporating first-person combat in a way that makes sense for Doom. And I really like that. I think that's a smart move. And it also just plays into the aesthetic and the premise that you are like fighting this medieval war between like in hell. And so it plays into like the art style, it plays into the weapons, and using like these low-tech melee weapons. It's like, oh, okay, there's like a synergy between between all parts of this game's vision. So yeah, I really like what I saw out of this. I'm really excited to play it, and yeah, they've had a lot of time to cook on this, but as
5 years,
yeah, it's been a long time, but it always feels like in like the modern id era, they just have such a clear vision and they execute on it. Granted, like if you felt some type of way about Eternal, like I get it, but they had a vision and they executed on it, and they're kind of just they're doing that again with new stuff while staying true to what we loved about the old Doom games. This is sick. I really like it. I like what they're showing.
Yeah, I was lucky enough. I got the preview that I mentioned earlier. I got to watch this portion of the developer direct, just the Doom portion, a couple days ago, and there was a Q&A with Hugo Martin, the game director, and Marty Stratton, the executive producer, after. And I've interviewed Hugo a few times, several times over the years, and just hearing him, asking him some questions about this the other day, I think you really put it well. He not only is he's great at making analogies, like you were talking about the melee focus, and he talked about how instead of a Ferrari in this one, you're a monster truck. Like you're just like going over stuff. And I thought that was a really fun analogy. I also asked him what his inspirations were, because to me, I was like, is this a little bit of the original vision of Quake 1, which was supposed to be this like medieval, more melee focused game where you were going to have a hammer, and the hammer was called Quake. That was the original vision of Quake 1. And he was like, no, gave an answer. He said, no, but my three main inspirations for this were the movie 300, because just like dudes everywhere, and you're just literally flailing your way through. with the flail among other weapons. So he said 300. He said Frank Miller's The Dark Knight Returns graphic novel, where you're the Iron Tank, like you're this bigger, bulkier version of yourself. And then he said the original Doom, and he said he played more original Doom before and during this project than he had on any of the other ones. And as somebody, so for me, again, being the resident old on the podcast, the original Doom hit when I was 13, and it was like I think we all have those like just transformational games in our lives where they just completely shift our viewpoint of what video games are, and there's like no going, there's like before this game and there's after this game. And the original Doom was one of those games for me. And so it's always been like, if it's my gun to my head, tell me what your favorite game is or I'm going to pull the trigger, which I know that's dark, but it's Doom. Like, it's Doom 1 would be the answer for me. Out of everything I could possibly say, there's a million games I love, but Doom 1 has always been huge for me. And Hugo was talking about how, yeah, in Doom, of course, in Doom, you can't look up or down. There's only one axis, not two. But Doom is very much a strafing game. Like, you're getting bombarded by tons of enemies at a given time. I mean, there's some corridor stuff too, but you can be like you can be in this room full of tons of enemies and explosive barrels and all kinds of stuff, and you have to strafe your way around all those projectiles, whether it's, you know, from the Mancubus in Doom 2 or what have you. And he talked about how that they're doing that in the Dark Ages, where they want to ground it more and not have it be more of the jumpy aerial platforming stuff that they did in Eternal. And so you're doing more Doom 1 style strafey stuff, for lack of a better term, in this game. And that just made me so happy because, you know, Michael, you hit on it, and so did Hugo in his in his interview with me and a number of other media the other day. Is he said, yeah, like we don't want to just make the same thing. We want to change the power fantasy a little bit. And again, like you said, whether or not everybody loved Eternal, I did, but you can't say that they haven't made. You can't say they've just made the same Doom now 3 times, right? All 3 have distinctly different flavors to them, and this one looks like it could end up being my favorite of the 3, which is an insane thing to say given how much I love the first 2.
Yeah, I mean, there's also a lot of variety still. Like you mentioned, like being more grounded and emphasis on strafing and like what's in front of you. That's very clear from the gameplay they've shown. But as Miranda mentioned, Doomslayer, like getting the robot Doomslayer, like that is such a way to add variety in a way that is so different from what we've seen from the other games. But also the getting on a dragon and then playing this Panzer Dragoon style sequence. Like, I looked at that and I was tripping because, like, man, I haven't played a Panzer Dragoon game in a long time. And if Doom can evoke that sort of feeling of like a rail shooter, or like that, it's kind of aerial, they're still doing aerial combat, but you're getting in a dragon this time. Like, I don't know how it's going to play out. I can't say for sure because this is like genuinely something that they haven't done in the series, but it looks pretty sick. And that's kind of cool that, like, they're trying new things to break up the pace, but it also just kind of emphasizes the absolute scale of the environments that they're building, of the levels that they're building. So yeah, and again, like I mentioned, the kind of the art style that they're going with is it's unique even for a Doom game, and I'm it's just everything they've showed is very promising.
So some more I can share from the Q&A the other day. The levels are more wide open. It's not an open world game. In fact, there's no hub that you go back to, like in Eternal. It's more of just a straight through level. But you've got a lot more freedom on these big, expansive battlefields to go. You can tackle objectives in any order you want. You can obviously approach enemies from any direction you want, and that's something that was hit on with the glory kill system, where you can do the glory kill from any angle and it'll change, right? it'll vary depending, it won't just lock you into a single, basically like mini tiny cutscene QTE kind of thing. Oh, I guess it's not a QTE because you're not hitting buttons during it. But and then the other thing is that they have kind of gotten rid of the lore stuff in the codex. It's still there, they said, but as they said in the presentation, the story is told in cutscenes now, which was a specific critique I had in my Doom Eternal review. So I was happy to see that. But Miranda, there are going to be lots and lots of secrets hidden around these big open spaces, and they will tie more towards player progression. So just upgrading your character. So I think people are going to want to use the IGN wiki page, the IGN guide to help make sure they're finding all that stuff.
Yeah, we'll definitely be tracking all those with little checklists and stuff to make sure it's as easy as possible for you to keep track of what you do and don't have. But I did like that there was sort of an emphasis in not only Doom's presentation, but other ones as well, about secrets and collectibles and exploration, and emphasizing that that's not necessarily something that's only limited to open world games, right? Like there is still the optional path, or like there's like a secret cave, secret underwater caves. Like it's really cool that they're kind of hinting at what you should be on the lookout for before you start in a few months.
All right, let's we're starting to get a little low on time. Yeah, we're okay, but we can always pivot back, but let's move now. Let's make sure we give some love to the other two games. Let's go South of Midnight, because this is actually coming out fairly soon. Actually, both of the next two are out in April 8th for South of Midnight and April 24th for Clair Obscur Expedition 33. So for South of Midnight, we'd gotten that more of a visual look at the game in that last showing back at Showcase, and it artistically looks awesome. Now we really got to see gameplay and the combat system and the details and the layers of it. Miranda, what'd you think? Were you impressed by this? Did this move up your wish list for the year? What do you say?
It did. I feel like we've seen this game weirdly a lot, even though I don't think that's true. But I think it's because we've sort of seen similar things every time. But this finally felt like a step forward in their showing of South of Midnight, which I think it needed, because I think there's a lot of skepticism of like, okay, but like, how does the combat really work? Like, is it really intricate? It kind of looks straightforward before, but I think with this showing, we got a better understanding of like combos and progression and what that actually means for this game. But the thing that really stood out to me, and I think it's, I don't know, a weird consistent thing for this showcase in particular, was how they're trying to do their storytelling. And one thing that I think, as I've been reading a lot of like fantasy books lately and just playing more fantasy games, magic systems sometimes in video games tend to be a bit boring in that they're very familiar. Like, we know, it's like, well, you have the wind spell, you have the fire spell, you have the ice spell, or you have like the healing spell. Like, there's just like a lot of very baseline, like this is the normal magic system you expect. Whereas this one wants to obviously do that magical realism, but getting more into the magic as this game goes on, and build off that weaving magic, which is such a really cool thing to do. And obviously they're trying to go into the culture of the Deep South in a really meaningful way. And I think even with that magic system is kind of trying to showcase that too, and how, you know, future and past like all affect each other and they're all put together, and how she's like literally, you know, fixing the world by unraveling the bad stuff and putting in more good stuff. So I think that's such a cool way to design this game and kind of bring the story elements together with the actual gameplay. And obviously, since story is so big, and making sure that the gameplay ties in well to that, I think that's honestly something I look for in video games. It's like, do these two things matter to each other? Is the mechanics the core of it? And the reason I say that is because there's some video games out there that are lauded highly for their storytelling. And I'm like, you know what? I think this is better as a TV show, because this as a video game is, I don't think, all that good. Like it's okay, but it's not the optimal way to tell the story. Whereas this one, this is the way you tell this story. And I think that's really exciting for a video game to do that. And I think they really showcase that here today. That's why I'm way more excited for it too.
Mr. Hyam, your thoughts?
Yeah, I think last episode we were talking about how there's still a lot of mystery behind what this game really is about, how the gameplay works. And after this showcase, I am more excited than I was before because I was already like very interested in this, but it's kind of speaking my language in terms of, as Miranda said, they're like weaving. Weaving is actually like how the main character Hazel interacts with the spiritual element, with the magical element of this of the game. So I really like how that like the things you're actually doing are tied into the premise of the story. And the thing that I realized most now that they've kind of shown more story is that, you know, part of the deep, like at least in the modern era, a big part of the Deep South is, you know, environmental disasters. Hurricane Katrina happened in our lifetimes. And I think we often look at that as like a tragedy that happened many, many years ago. But I think what maybe gets lost in time is that the impact of something like that stays with a community for generations, and having to rebuild off of like a lot of areas that were already like kind of struggling is a really hard thing to recover from. So, you know, I was born in Mississippi. I have a Deep South roots. So, telling a story about how environmental disaster is also a tragic part of that region's history is like it seems like they're trying to say something with the story. It kind of demonstrates that they understand the material that they're working with. So I have a lot of hope for, you know, this story being impactful, but also tackling something that maybe you don't really see in many video games. I don't think, at least in video games, like you don't really see this region be able to tell its own story.
Yeah.
And like tying that to something that, you know, having a parallel that feels very real. I think this game has a lot of potential to say something on top of, you know, being like, oh, like look how combat works, look how the magic system works. Like we're actually like trying to do something with enemy design and combat design. So on top of what they're trying to say with the story, you know, it seems like they didn't forget about gameplay along the way. So I'm more confident in this game than I was before, and I'm looking forward to it.
Well said. Yeah, I'm with you. And you know, I think for me, I value a strong story in a game a lot, where to the point where I'm willing to forgive if the gameplay is a little more basic, if the story is just really pulling me through. But I was definitely won over by the combat, by the gameplay that they showed today, because there are some layers to it, there is some depth, and it does seem like, you know, maybe it's not going to be Ninja Gaiden, right? But it's
sure,
but
yeah.
It's it does look like it's going to be more. There's more to it than maybe had initially met the eye back when they previously showed this, and I think I probably mentioned this on last week's podcast in the run up to this. Is our first preview where we'd sent a writer. Hi, Travis, if you're watching. Travis went up to Compulsion in Montreal and came back and was really won over by all of the artistic stuff, the music, the animation, the art, and he didn't get to play it, so none of us have played this yet, but he was a little, he to the eye wasn't sold on the gameplay. He thought the gameplay looked fairly basic. So now I'm a little more optimistic, and inevitably there will be a hands-on opportunity for media, and there'll be press previews sometime between now and, well, March, because the game's out in early April. So I look forward to getting our chance to actually play it. But yeah, you really hit it, Michael, with the uniqueness of the setting and of the lore behind this, where I can't recall, I'm sure it's happened at some point, but I can't really recall a game that's done like bayou southern folklore kind of stuff like this. Mm-hmm. And there's a lot of intrigue there, and I love the focus on these monsters, these sort of giant mythical monsters that will obviously in the gameplay side serve as boss fights as well. So definitely more optimistic than I was. And this game is just 2 months and change away. So it's coming up pretty quickly. But I guess, can we talk for a second before we move to Clair Obscur, which I know Mr. Hyam is itching to get to as our resident RPG freak. Let's give some flowers to the art direction, the animation, the visuals, the presentation of South of Midnight. Like that, it had already looked good, and it is going to be a visually striking game, if nothing else, between the art and the animation. Miranda, what do you think of the visuals?
Oh yeah, I completely agree. The vibes have always kind of given that storybook, storytelling kind of feel to it. And obviously, if you're watching, literally just showed like South of Midnight as a book, which, they really nailed that vibe. And it has kind of like an evolution that I was hoping to see from Compulsion, because their past 2 games, I feel like they have really striking identities, right? Like you kind of see it, it's like, oh, that's Compulsion. And this feels like that as well. And just a very different tune for them. And kind of, as we've been saying, like the Deep South, and honestly, a lot of North America has a lot of rich folklore, and there's a lot of communities I think don't get their stories explored in video games very often, and it's good to see that folks are kind of taking a look at these stories and showcasing them in a cool way and representing them in an awesome way with art too.
Michael, last word on the visuals, the presentation on South of Midnight.
Yeah, it's that kind of stop motion animation is unique. You look at it, might be a little like off-putting at first, but I mean, I think I said this with Doom, but it always feels like they have a vision and they're executing on it. There's like a synergy between they demonstrate, like they understand what they're trying to do, and it's a unique way that you really see in the cutscenes. I know we're looking at one of the story cutscenes here, and I think it really emphasizes how they're designing characters and how they're animating them, and I think it's such a unique thing, and yeah, I mean, I think this emphasizes like the variety, as you said at the top of the show. Like it seems like Xbox is showing a lot of variety, and not just in game styles, but in visions and the stories that they're trying to tell. And so, yeah, I'm like I said before, like I'm more excited than I was before.
Yeah, Miranda had called it out at the top. We got a fast action game, a first-person shooter, a third-person action-adventure game, and, Michael, we got a turn-based fantasy, late 19th century France role-playing game called Clair Obscur Expedition 33. You were just hooting and hollering through this whole thing. Like, this is clearly up your alley. Talk about what made it shine for you.
Man, so we saw some gameplay before with the reveal and another gameplay trailer before, so I kind of got a sense of how the actual turn-based combat works with like quick time inputs, timing inputs, on top of having that Persona style combat menu and just all the abilities that you could pull off, and that was already promising. But I think the thing that stood out to me most is that we really got to see what this game is actually about, and from what I've seen so far, is that I am hopeful. Like the thing about RPGs, like I love these combat systems, man. I'm a sicko. I love, there's nothing that excites me more than digging through a turn-based RPG menu. I'm like, yo, this is so intense. But what really draws me into these games are the stories that they can tell. And I think I've really, growing up, like Japanese style storytelling has always, nailed it for me, because it has melodrama, it has a certain like emotionality to it that really resonates with me. So the cutscenes that we saw from this showcase for Clair Obscur kind of understands, like there's something that feels very real about the way the characters talk and interact with each other, which I really felt in Xenoblade Chronicles 3. I think what stood out to me is the pacing of conversations that happen in these cutscenes. So I play a lot of games that are built off the back of visual novels, and there's just a certain pacing to how conversations go in those games. But the cinematic cutscenes we saw here, it's like, oh, this, these feel like very genuine conversations that are happening between characters. And I know that the team emphasized a lot about how they're talking about like how these characters deal with tragedy and loss. And the thing that I like is like, it's not necessarily about good versus evil. Of course, saving the world is, of course, a premise in all of these games. But something you said is like the stories within the story are kind of what matter with this. And seeing characters interact with each other, butt heads, and have these dynamic personalities are going to clash, that are going to meld with each other. They're going to open, like we saw cutscenes of them opening up to each other about their lives. And like, that's the thing I love most, man. It gives combat that, like, oh, I'm fighting alongside my friends. Like, I really care about these characters, and like, I get to see them do such cool things in combat. And just like having that fusion, having that synergy. I keep using that word, but that's how I feel about a lot of these games I'm seeing. It's like they understand like how all these systems and all these aspects of the game all need to weave into each other in a smart way. And that is what I'm seeing from this presentation. Of course, like we saw bits and pieces of this game before, but now I'm really seeing how it is coming together. And April can't come soon enough, man.
Miranda, that we got to see a humorous side a bit too to this game as well.
Yeah, I was delighted. So I'm also quite excited for this. I'm a quiet JRPG fan. I mostly just play Persona. And the oldest of the JRPGs I've played is like the original Final Fantasy VII. And I played it actually a few years ago for the first time. And it's kind of funny seeing some of that. And it's not just that, but it's like the Final Fantasy identity where you have the human characters who have a heartfelt journey, but then you have the non-human characters who are either goofy or really interesting. And that's what they introduced today too with Monoko, who's a Gestrel. And I think he's a Gestrel.
Yes.
But yes. And so he can like turn into enemies by like eating, like taking part of their corpses and stuff. It's just so funny and good. And he seems so cute. I guess he's like a philosopher in this place that they're exploring. And that's just wonderful. And then we also have Eske, who's the big puffy guy who you ride on, which it's so cute. It's like,
it's so adorable.
I just want, obviously there's a lot of desperation in this story because they're one of many expeditions who have gone out to change the world and make sure that people can live beyond the age that they're cursed with, like get past this age. And so, like they have a time frame that they have to get this done and hope that they can save the next generation, hopefully save the rest of their people. But at the same time, they're still fun. And I love how they emphasize that, like this fantastical art direction. And as you were saying, Michael, like it's not about good versus evil. This place is not necessarily evil, but there are things happening here that are worth exploring and understanding why it's happening the way that it is. And so I love that with all the new characters they introduced and the new teammates. The one thing that I am concerned with though is that they have hundreds of passives apparently.
Oh my god, yes.
That one menu was a little much for me. I was like, wait, what?
So that's my big thing with some of these bigger RPGs that are like, look at these crazy skill trees. I'm like, okay, that's cool. But how much of this actually matters? Are there only 3 real viable playstyles here? Like, are there actually only 20 passives that matter? And then like the extra 300 and whatever like are just for funsies, and like I guess if you want to flex you can try it. Like that's the thing that I'm always curious about, is like how do you balance for all of that, and how do you make those worth playing with? So that's something I'm curious about. I don't know if it's just kind of fluff, but I feel like that is very ambitious to show that on a screen and like look at all these really hardcore menus, which I know is a thing for some people, and I'm very happy for you. But for people like me, I'm like, okay, I'm sure there's a way where it's like, okay, most of this just works. It's fine. You can get through the game. But I guess the critic side is like, but why does this matter? Like, if you already have so much going for you, like, why would you add this? And does it benefit the players who really want to get the most out of this game? So that was my one, I'm curious to see how this plays out thing. But everything else looked fantastic. So,
well, we are about out of time here. April 24th, day one Game Pass there. Real quick, each of you, give me a letter grade. How would you grade this A, B, C, D, or F on the American school system? What did you grade the developer direct today?
A, easy.
Michael?
Yeah, I would give it an A.
Yeah, me too.
Yes, solid A.
Me too, easy A. And I put the poll up while we were talking a little while ago on Twitter. So got about 1,000 votes so far, and 71% vote A as well, and another 18% say B. So almost nobody didn't like this. So great job, Microsoft. Great showing. Great way to get a big year of 2025. We're expecting such a big year of video games, and we got it off to a great start here today. So for Miranda Sanchez, Michael Hyam, and our producer Tayo, I'm Ryan. This was Podcast Unlocked Live, episode 677. We shall return next week.